VIP guests, dignitaries to arrive, and then we will bring them. As soon as we're ready, we will ask everybody to be seated. There are still some people outside. So for now, please just bear with us, and we're going to be with you shortly. In the meantime, Digger Lady Bass has misplaced her car keys. If you see it on some table or seat next to you or on the floor, it's a polo pouch, and her car keys are there. Please have a, or else, because I have a very small hired car, I can't give her a lift home. So, thank you, bear with us. We'll speak to you later. to a bit of rock. Hey, that's kind of in the mood. So please all be seated. We're going to, we'll start the program now. It would be appreciated if you are seated. Obviously, we are still waiting for the minister, who has a very busy schedule, but he's only going to address you after the tea break. So we're going to run the first part of the program until the tea break. So if you'll be seated, we're going to bring in the dignitaries, and we will start with the program. Thank you.
I wanna be there when the people start to turn it around, when they triumph over poverty. I wanna be there when the people win the battle against AIDS. I wanna lend a hand. I wanna be there for the alcoholic. I wanna be there for the drug addict. I wanna be there for the victims of violence and abuse. I wanna lend a hand.
Good morning, everyone. We apologize profusely for the slight delay. You know, as Murphy's Law would have it, we were early and life happened. So you are most welcome to this event, this beautiful and august event. May you kindly take your seats. Okay, thank you so much for waiting so patiently. You all look beautiful and regal and colorful, and I think you should give yourselves a hand. Okay, I'm Po Molepo. I have been tasked with driving this Gau train today from here until 1 o'clock. So it is my honor and utmost privilege to have been asked to facilitate this program that is going to be short and sweet, but very impactful, and I think life-changing. We have lost a bit of time, but you know what? This is our day. We can do what we want, right? The gentlemen that are here today, we thank you. You are all women today. We are all female, right? Because there's a whole lot of things happening around gender mainstreaming and people changing this and this. Today we are all female, right? I think it's safe to say we are female, and we honor the gentlemen that are amongst us today. Thank you so much for gracing us with your presence, and we promise that we are not going to do or say anything to make you feel out of place today. If it happens, it happens. You shall be strong. So I'd like this to be lighthearted. I know that we are celebrating Women's Day, you know, in a time when, you know, being a woman anywhere in the world it's an extreme sport. But I think today we're just taking time to reflect on the strides that we have made as women sheriffs, and just enjoy the day in spite of what is happening around us, right? We are not going to dampen the mood. We are going to do the best that we can under the circumstances to celebrate the essence of who we are, because we are who we are, and it is what it is around us. So we are going to celebrate, and we are going to have a good day. So with that being said, I'm not going to waste time, but I want to emphasize a few housekeeping rules. That because I am the driver of this program, I am going to request that there's another place where I serve as a chairperson, and we call ourselves excellencies. So for today, you are royalty. Today, we are going to address each other as Your Excellency, please. I don't want anybody to come up here and say guys to us. We are not anybody's guys. I hate that word with a passion. We are not guys. We are honorable members of this august house today. So we are excellencies. So please stop yourself from saying guys. We are not guys. We are beautiful, powerful, resilient, life-changing women and men, right? We do very, very hard work, and today you are not chasing anybody. We are very scared of sheriffs, Pella. When somebody threatens you with the sheriff, you start praying very hard. So today we are going to sit here and chill and get the softer side of who you are and what you do. Because a lot of people do not know that you are human and you've got families and you've got issues in life as well. They think you are the bulldog. So when the sheriff is in town, everybody, you know, sorts themselves out. So today, it is a day that is dedicated to honoring the hard work that you do, the beautiful things that it's hard. I would never be a sheriff even if they paid me $1 million. Because I think it's one of the most unthankful, one of the most misunderstood, and I think for a lot of us, you know, who are threatened with the sheriff, it kind of has a nuisance value, but you know, it is what it is. We need sheriffs so that people can behave. We need, you know, when you threaten somebody to say, I am bringing the sheriff to your door, you will sign this summons. We are talking about you. And I think you need to put hands together for yourselves because you, people are scared of you. You know? So you make things happen. I personally honor you because when we are foreclosing things, chairperson, when we close mines and close factories, you look at a sheriff that is like boiling or you. If they come out with guns blazing. So the things that you contend with, I cannot even begin to, you know, to explain. So you are doing a great work that is very misunderstood, and I hope you realize that you are not nuisance value items on anybody's balance sheet. Okay, having said all that, I am going to ask Ms. Boyce to come and do the welcome and opening remarks. Those were not opening remarks from me. It was just to say, chill, it is at home. The dogs have been tied, and enjoy the day with us. Ms. Boyce.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like, before we start, I would like you to look at the woman on your right and say, you look beautiful today. On your left, tell the lady on your left, you look beautiful today. They are outnumbered, so today we are calling them ladies. They are outnumbered. So, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to the 4th annual Women's Day celebration on behalf of the South African Board for Sheriffs, in collaboration with the Department of Justice and the 2 voluntary associations being SASS and SANAPS. But we are saying this is an open celebration today. Whether you belong anywhere, today you are one of us, and we welcome you warmly. Today we celebrate this day only because of the historical footsteps of great women who fought for the right and future generations to come. We also are carrying the baton, and we are saying from today we want to pass it on. But ladies and gentlemen, let me go back and say welcome most heartily from the chairperson of the South African Board for Sheriffs and all protocol observed. Today we want you to sit back and enjoy and remember that progress for women is progress for all. Women are the future, Mr. Chairperson, and we say if you empower women, you have empowered the future. And by enhancing the status of women in this welcoming address, we are saying you are changing the world. By changing and educating one woman, we are educating the nation. We are birth givers. We have given birth to men, and here we are as sheriffs. In our beauty, in our warmth, we are touching the communities. And I'm saying each and every woman in here, give yourself a round of applause because part of, you are touching the communities because a group of women sat around the table, they were having a chat, and they decided that they are going to try and touch each and every woman, each and every community. And that is why you will hear more during the course of the day how part of your proceeds are going to touch communities. But on behalf of the chairperson, the board, the department, the 2 organizations, the women in Gauteng who are hosting, we are saying welcome, and you are so beautiful, and we are touched by your presence today.
space. Chairperson, in my other life, I double up as a lay pastor. So I think this is a celebration, and I'm not hearing ululations. Yes. I'm not hearing songs of praise and worship and, oh, is it because you are sheriffs, you are serious, you take yourselves too seriously? This is a day that you must celebrate, I'm tempted to say this is the day that the Lord has made. We must rejoice and be glad in it. And I want to sing, but I can't because, I'm on duty here. But I'm going to call on Pastor Sarah, who is going to tell us about the ubiquity of the Lord. That wherever we look, whoever the Lord is to you, whoever you regard as a supreme being to you, we are going to acknowledge that being right now and allow that being to domicile amongst us and to take control. Pastor Sarah, kindly come and do the thing.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is such a blessing to be counted among the living today. And because we are counting it a blessing, I think it is appropriate that we give due honor and praise and thanks to the one that deserves it. I want us to stand and just acknowledge God, our Maker, our Creator, who has allowed us to gather this day. Shall we pray? Father God, we are grateful. We are grateful today that you have allowed us to gather in this manner. We are grateful today, mighty God, that we are alive and healthy. We are grateful, mighty Father, that we can come as women and celebrate the strength that you have given us. We are grateful, mighty Father, that you have given us the ability to do what we do. And so, mighty God, today we want to say, in our gathering, mighty Father, may you take delight in everything that is going to happen today. We want to say to you, mighty God, may you take the honor, may you take the glory. I pray, mighty God, that with whatever you've lined up for us today, that you will lead us, that you will bless us, and that you will help us. And so, mighty God, I dedicate and commit this meeting into your hands. And I pray, mighty God, that you take glory and just allow every person, including those that came with heavy hearts. Mighty God, you have allowed us today to come and celebrate. And so I pray, mighty God, enlighten our hearts, open our eyes that we may be able to see the good and great things that you have done for us, and that we may be able to count it a joy and celebrate. I want to pray for women, mighty God, this morning. And I pray, mighty God, that you continue to strengthen us. May you continue to guide us. May you continue to lead us. And may you continue, mighty Father, to remain the center of our lives. In the mighty name of Jesus. So take, mighty Father, this meeting. Let it be yours, oh God. And help us, mighty God, to enjoy it to the fullest. We commit this meeting into your hands in Jesus' name. Amen.
Now that the pastor has come and sanctified the pulpit, I think, can I be allowed to unbutton my jacket? Because now we can relax and get this party started. Because I think there was a little bit of tension. We must just, praise the Lord. Okay, so now that has been done, we are going to go swiftly through our program. And like I said, we are excellencies today. So I'm going to call upon Excellency Ms. T. Sebuka to give us a reflection on the Women's Day program. Igama lamakosikazi malibongwe, 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 malibongwe. Igama lamakosikazi malibongwe, igama lamakosikazi malibongwe,
No reply, malibongwe. Igama lamakosikazi. Wathinta imbokodo. Wathinta bafazi. Uzokufa. Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, women sheriffs and the women from your offices. Good morning, all the gentlemen who are here. Yes, today they are honorary women. Chairperson, let me acknowledge you. Judge Kumalo, who is in our midst. The chairperson, by the way, is Advocate Mark Morgan. For those of us who have forgotten him, he is our chairperson. We shouldn't be forgetting him. We are also supposed to be having here a praise Kambule Advocate, Kambule, who will be addressing us. The minister would be acknowledged as soon as he comes here, and all protocol observed. Ladies of the sheriff profession, it really gives me great pleasure to present to you an account of the 4 years of existence of this Women Sheriffs initiative. It was in 2019. I am still in the 19s. It was in 2019, when the women sheriffs of Gauteng came together and decided that they are going to join the nation in celebrating the August month, the Women's Month, in commemorating the good work that was done by our mothers and grandmothers in 1956, when they braved all challenges, all odds, to challenge the past laws. Yes, they have gone out in courage to challenge the past laws. We continued as we met in 2019. We acknowledge that the challenges of today are different from the challenges of the past. And in the same way, with the same amount of vigor and courage, as women sheriffs, we wanted to define our space within the profession. Finding ourselves in this profession where there had been so much stereotypes about gender, about the might that must come with the messenger of court. We felt we are going to come together, reflect on ourselves, and look at how we will be contributing to our growth as women. This happened in Liriba Lodge, Centurion, and this was meant to be the Gauteng chapter, which had to roll out to all other provinces. And in that event, the women were fortunate enough to be addressed by the first woman judge of the Constitutional Court, May Yvonne Mohoro. And it is at that event when one of the community-based organizations was identified and an amount was put together as a donation to them. I will not go into talk about the figures because there is an item on that program which is going to flashback to our donations and how much and who and when. But during that time in 2019, when the women came together, they agreed on the following as their objectives. One, to create a solidarity within women. They looked at an opportunity to bring women sheriffs together for them to be able to look at common challenges, common strides, and interact with the department and the regulator, which is the board for sheriffs, on matters that affected them, that could also contribute to the growth of the profession. The second objective was and is still agenda setting. In this, the women set out to creating a platform for engagement and asking relevant questions about their position in the profession. These questions related to their questions in relation to their male counterparts, their position in relation to the legal fraternity, their position in relation to participants. In our auctions, for instance, we are having to deal with buyers who come from various quotas, with various attitudes, with various stereotypes. And the public in general, that if the sheriff profession was considered to be what the chairperson has briefly explained, would a woman be able to do it, and what would a woman need to be able to do it without fail? The third one is empowerment and emancipation. Chairperson, here we're looking at creating networks to gain experience and share experiences with women from other fraternities and professions. And finally is to participate in outreach programs, the very program that we will be hearing about very shortly. Now, in 2020, COVID restrictions were upon us, but not even these restrictions could stop us from holding our event, because in 2019, we took a resolution, we resolved that our event will be an annual event, and we had to find a way to do it even in the face of all those restrictions and lockdown. So in 2020, there was an event that was held virtually, and at that event, an amount again was raised. We were very fortunate because we did not have too many costs there. So all the money that was raised, we were able to donate it to an organization in the Eastern Cape. It will be mentioned at the right time. You will get to know what it is. In 2021, we also had a virtual event. Before we had a virtual event, I must share that in 2021, when we had our new board appointed, the chairperson could not understand whether this is a movement or a stokvel or a tea party. And he wanted to understand, what exactly is this? And once he understood what our objectives were, he was all force behind us. He supported and embraced this initiative program all the way. And I must also mention, ladies and gentlemen, that in its short history, this initiative, this chairperson's donation was the highest received from an individual per se. We have received donations. I won't tell you how much it was, but it was the highest. So we have had, yes, the board support us in the past, but the support that we are enjoying now is immense, and we thank you, chairperson, and your board for this support. I must also indicate that as women in the profession, we do not expect, and this is what we got from Justice Mohoro, we do not expect to be treated with kid gloves because we are women. Instead, we are striving for excellence. If anything, the rules and the regulations set to regulate the sheriff's profession, we are the ones as women who actually want to take the lead in compliance. We want to take the lead in promoting and uplifting the image of this profession. So, Chairperson, after having engaged with you initially, we are now working as a team of women. The team is led by Gauteng-based women, but definitely it is not a Gauteng movement. It's not a Gauteng program. It's a national program. So it is, my sister there indicated that this is not a SASS, this is not a SANAPS convention today as we are here. It is all women sheriffs, and that is, and in that instance, in that light, we see this organization, we see this initiative as an opportunity for creating unity within the profession. We see this as a stepping stone where the profession can be brought together as one, not as blue or as green or as S or as F. So we are in that light, working on a medium-term program, which is about 3 years, a 3-year plan, which we will be presenting to you, Chairperson, for consideration, because our sight is on, as women sheriffs, our sight is on the international arena. That organization that you preside on, of that international organization of sheriffs, that is where we want to find ourselves. And we think and we hope that through you, there will be an instigation of some formation of a network of women at that level. We have a matrix, Chairperson, of these objectives. Ne? We have a matrix of our performance, how we have fared on these objectives. I will not be going into that matrix because then I will be making a workshop, a presentation, but we have that. We will also be including them on our plan, how far we have come and where and what we are doing and where we are headed. So that matrix will be shared. As I conclude, I just want to share with you that our slogan, which we sing all the time. We have done this in 3 years, even on our computer screen. We have our slogan, which when we sing, we light up candles. And that slogan, with that slogan, we say, keep the fire burning. Keep the fire burning, women. Gender equality today and in the future is today's theme and is this year's theme. And I thank you. I thank you, gentlemen and ladies. Malibongwe. I see that I am being cautioned on time, and thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Okay, I was trying to behave and not remove you from the podium with a verse or a chorus until I was gently nudged from my right that your time is up. So your data bundles are depleted, sorry. So I'm not going to be that generous with the next speakers because I think it was important for us to hear what we had, and that elevator pitch was necessary. Ms. Bass, I beg your indulgence. I'm not sleeping on the job. I just thought, we needed to indulge her a little bit. So from now on, this ship is cruising. The next speaker is going to be Ms. Kay Mphahlele from the South African Sheriff Society. You've got 5 minutes on the mark. Kindly come and offer us your message of support. And I'm not going to stand and nudge you. I believe that you, 1 extra minute. Okay, she's already bribing me that I must give her 1 extra minute before coming to the podium. So, one extra minute. Ms. Bass, she asked for 1 extra minute.
Thank you.
Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the chairperson of the South African Board for Sheriffs, Advocate Morgan, dignitaries from the Department of Justice, members and staff of the SA Board for Sheriffs, all sheriffs and their staff present, and distinguished guests, with due observation to our protocol, I greet you all. I stand here, as said, on behalf of the South African Sheriff Society, SASS, to express our gratitude and appreciation for this auspicious occasion. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the brainchild, who's been very, very conservative and didn't actually disclose that she agitated for this event to happen within the profession, Mrs. Sibuka. She conceptualized and ensured that this event within the sheriff's profession is given birth. To the organizing committee, you have been consistently, over all these years, making sure that this event is possible with the support of the South African Board for Sheriffs, voluntary sheriffs organizations, and sheriffs in their individual capacity. We are with you and behind you every step of the way, be assured of it. And as SASS, we thank you. A special word of gratitude goes to the South African Board for Sheriffs for their support and contribution towards this event. The sheriff's profession stand in appreciation of the fruits of your endeavors. The wise Hillary Clinton once said, when women participate in the economy, everybody benefits. These moving sentiments inspired my reflection on the topic of today. With despair, though, I'm reminded of the inherent systemic inequalities that are experienced by women in our ordinary waking lives, moreover within our professional lives. I would not go into detail on that out of consideration of time. However, our innate gift of strength and nature cause us women to forge ahead, blaze trails, yet still find the compassion within our inherent nature to, while running our race, pause, look back, and uplift the lives of those who are coming behind us at a much slower pace. Women sheriffs are not spared from the social constructs laden in patriarchy, particularly referencing the distribution of economically sustainable market share within a sector, not to mention the plethora of challenges unique to each office. I'm certain that most of the women can attest to the same. However, we remain grateful for the efforts and foresight of the Department of Justice to transform the profession and accelerate the appointment of women sheriffs. We continue to extend a prayer to the Department of Justice. The minister is not here, but I'm sure there are people from the Department of Justice who will hear this. Our prayer to the department not only to increase the number of women sheriffs appointed, but also to prioritize economic sustainability in the allocation of officers. Bume, together and as a collective, there are opportunities for promotion of gender equality in our profession and in our workplaces and the communities that we serve and we live in. I'll touch briefly. We function in a profession that was traditionally believed to be male-dominated. But, Bumme, we are doing very well. I'm not sure if anyone wants to dispute that, but we are doing very well. We can do much better. We can do much better if we inculcated a culture of support within our profession and leverage on our collective unique skills and strengths and support one another in our daily work. Remember that we are better and stronger together. Still on the note of support, we're expecting women to be also appointed in vacant sheriff's offices in the near future. In the spirit of nature, I challenge each one of us sheriffs here, that each one of us adopt a newly appointed sheriff. Once appointments are made, incubate them by holding them by the hand to teach them the ropes until they can run their offices independently. I'm sure it's not a big ask. All in good faith. Let us promote equality within our offices by creating work environments where equality prevails and permeates through the organizational culture. Let's create equal opportunities for capacitation and career enrichment for our employees. With due consideration for female employees, let's take a conscious decision to fast-track the advancement of our women office staff to positions of deputy sheriffs. In engagements with some of my women colleagues, it became apparent that there is an insatiable thirst amongst women to make a difference in the communities that we serve. To this end, I would like to make a special plea to women sheriffs and our male colleagues to take a lead towards building an empowering future. I'd like to challenge us to spread our wings to the provinces and identify programs that we can support in communities that we serve, in the true spirit of servant leadership. Let us share testimonies of a positive impact that we'll have made in our provinces when we gather again in 2023. Sheriffs are not always bearers of good news, and there is therefore a stigma associated with the profession. Program director just alluded to that. I'm thus convicted to urge the profession to add a touch of compassion in our service delivery. A special request to all sheriffs present and those who are following this program online to be sensitive when dealing with gender-based violence matters. Service of GBV matters must be handled with due care and respect to avoid any potential compromise in service. We also call upon sheriffs who can afford to render pro bono service when warranted to please do so. As we return to our cocoons at the end of the day, let each one of us find the one thing just one thing, that we can do in our daily work to make a difference in the life of the next person, be it a client, our employees, or even a colleague, and take action on that one thing, just one thing. It will make a difference. I believe the cumulative benefits of a small effort that we will make will help us to build a better and sustainable tomorrow for our children and our country. In conclusion, Bume, I'd like to say, let us own up to the fact that we are women, embrace all the qualities that we as women possess, and all that we can do to contribute towards building a better tomorrow. Let us take the rightful positions as catalysts of economic growth in a country. Let us not tire to be the agents of change we'd like to see in our profession and in our country. And lastly, let us embrace our differences, our strengths, and be proud of who we are and celebrate our power. Because after all, women, we are lionesses with the hearts of kittens. Let us continue to walk with pride and roar for equality. I thank you all.
Thank you. That was very succinct and to the point. I am not in the habit of removing people from the podium when they're making sense. There are a lot of people that, waffle. But I don't think that warranted me to come and say, time up, comrade. And I think we do things differently precisely because we are women. We are men with wombs. So we incubate things, bundati. The gentlemen amongst us, you might not understand, but we are incubators. We are life givers. We give birth to things, and those things grow and they germinate and they become beautiful things like us, as we are today. So moving along, we are doing very well on time, given that, we started late. I'm going to call upon Ms. Mashiro, MW, from SANAPS to give her message of support. You also have 5 minutes, and we are not going to be harsh on you. Please come and give us some nuggets of life. And you look amazing as well.
Thank you, Program Director. I'd like to start by giving sincere greetings to the chairperson of the South African Board for Sheriffs and to all board members present. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all. I'm standing here as the acting chairperson of SANAPS, and it is truly both an honor and pleasure to be part of this courageous event. It's been generations since the March by Women. It's been a generation since political freedom, but the journey is not yet over for women. Women are still yearning for a time when they would encounter true freedom with inclusivity, freedom with equal access to leadership, equal pay, and of course, the devastating gender-based violence. When I talk about access to equal opportunities in leadership, it brings me also into our profession, where mainly we still feel like women are still occupying smaller offices in numbers. So we would like to see that improving, because at the beginning this profession was seen as a male-dominated arena. We would like to see more women ascending to the top. Our hope as women is that it does not take yet another generation before we could encounter this total freedom. We have come a long way. But whilst we are still work in progress, my take is that we continue to empower ourselves. And how best can we do that than taking it home? Let's take it back home, where we were born. Let's start empowerment from home. Our first lessons in life are learned at home, and those lessons are going to influence our attitude towards life. Those lessons are going to build who we are. Let's encourage our mothers, our sisters, and wives to identify their capabilities, their dreams, and let's encourage them to excel in them, in their respective careers. Inclusive support is mostly key. That is why I mentioned wives. And I'm glad, even though this is a women's event, I am glad that there are males in our midst. Males at home, please support your wives. Support your sisters. That heartwarming support will instill self-confidence in the women, in the females of the families. And that support will give them a strong sense of ability. And that is how they are going to approach life. If we can just do that little bit for ourselves, let's prepare ourselves and not wait for anyone to do it for us. I am standing here to send a huge support to the committee of this Women's Day event. Excellencies, Program Director said today we are excellencies. Excellencies, I would like to say thank you to each and every one of the ladies that are involved in the committee for taking time off your busy schedules whilst trying to run your offices as well to make sure that this event is a success. We recognize and applaud your efforts in facilitating fundraising. We recognize your efforts in identifying charities, and especially women-focused charities that we can assist. It makes us proud that our profession is involved with such organizations, organizations that deal with the betterment of the lives of women and children. Organizations that give a helping hand to the needy, to the aggrieved, and to those who require support to be able to stand firm and shoulder to shoulder with their male counterparts in society. I feel honored to be a woman sheriff. I'd like to thank the Board for Sheriffs for the support that they are providing us. It gives me comfort that we are being seen and our plight is recognized. Thank you very much to all. The Department of Justice, we thank the department for the unwavering support and working with us through this journey. The attempts by government to bring awareness to the plight of women is applauded, but a lot still needs to be done. In our case, a lot still needs to be done in appointing female sheriffs, in upgrading female sheriffs. But we are honored to have you here as well. Ladies and gentlemen, in closing, I would like to say, together we can do it. Together we can achieve gender equality. Let's hold on and break the bias. I thank you.
Thank you. Let's hold on and break the bias. I'm going to call on Ms. Kotia. Is she here? Ms. Kotia? Okay. Sabeli Kama. It means you must say yes to the name. Okay. So before she gives us a short message, I would like to say this to all of us. Have the audacity to be what you want to be, and the humility to know that you owe a debt of gratitude to those who came before you. Be assertive, don't be arrogant. In everything that you do, assertiveness is attractive. Over to you, madam.
Good morning, honorable members, your excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's once again a very big honor to form part of this day. I just would like to read this small little poem for women. Beautiful woman, there is inner beauty about a woman who believes in herself, who knows she is capable of anything she puts her mind to. There's a beauty in strength and determination of a woman who follows her own path, who isn't thrown off by obstacles along the way. There is beauty about a woman whose confidence comes from experience, who knows she can fall, pick herself back up, and move on. You are one of them. I want to acknowledge the board, honorable chairperson, and all people that are in attendance here today. It is really a privilege and a great honor to be here and to form part of this event. May this event go from strength to strength. Thank you very much.
Oh, that was kort en bondig. Very nice. Short and sweet and to the point like dessert. So you served us dessert before the mains. Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Kotia. I think you win the prize for the shortest speech. Okay, all right. So moving right along, we are coming to our first speaker of the day by the name of Mr. Casey Dunuke. And Mr. Casey Dunuke, start us big and motivate us out of our minds. Sir, the stage is yours.
Good morning. How are you this morning? You're looking amazing, girl. Look at the lady next to you and say, you look amazing. Oh, yes, you look amazing. Now look at the other lady that maybe you don't like and say, you look amazing too, girl. Mm-hmm. You know what? So that we can include the guys, just look at them and say, you look handsome. You know, when you talk to ladies, there's a touch. But when you talk to guys, you just look handsome. You know how it is. Thank you so much for the privilege of opening this podium for me. I don't take it for granted at all. You know, it's Women's Month, and I'm a male. Here I am, I'm standing. And I'm reminded of 4 women who played a major role in my life that I would like to acknowledge as fast as possible. The first one is my grandmother. She's late. She played a massive role in ensuring that I become what I am. So I have deep respect for her as a female. And the second one, who's also late, is my late mom, who passed on when I was 9. But believe you me, the 9 years that I've spent with her She instilled so much confidence in me that today I can stand unwaveringly simply because she played that role. I know she's not here, but let's just give her a round of applause. Yeah. And the third one, quickly, that I would like to appreciate is my sister. She really stepped in after her mom passed on, and she also made sure that I feel the love of a female. And for that reason, I am forever indebted to her. Let's give a round of applause. Thank you. And the last one now, if I may just break the protocol and hold the microphone. Is that okay? I'm talking about my baby. Talking about my lover. You know what? Don't be jealous, guys. You know what I'm saying, man? What a privilege, what an honor to be here. Obviously, I'm not here to sing. We have Sido and we have Manana who will be doing the singing part for me to as an intro. Today, I would like to talk briefly about self-image, how important it is to see yourself correctly as a woman. You know, women have gone through a lot. Women are going through a lot. I remember there was a time on radio, it was a Women's Month, and I came up with a topic that says, bleeding but still building. And I realized that a great number of women, they are bleeding and yet they don't have an option but to keep on building. And I'm praying every single day that I don't take my own wife for granted. Because, I mean, you guys go through a lot. And at the end of the day, you cannot just fold your hands and say, it's done, I'm also neglecting everything. You still make sure that you hold things together. I think you deserve a beautiful, conscious round of applause. Honor yourself. Please do. Some of you have not clapped for yourselves. I don't know what the problem is. Maybe you still feel like the mountain is huge, and therefore, why must I clap for myself? But I would like to challenge you consciously, not just doing it because I'm asking you, but consciously looking at the victories that you've had in life, the obstacles, the challenges, the abuse that you've gone through emotionally, physically, business-wise, based on gender, but you're still standing today. And that gives you a reason to really deeply acknowledge yourself. Please give yourself a round of applause. You deserve it. You deserve it. I only have 20 minutes before I sit down. But like I said, I would like us to chat a little bit about self-image. You know, I will not get the award for the shortest speaker. The one who just spoke after me, Madam Speaker, she managed to win that award already. I don't think anybody will beat. So let me win another award, the longest speaker. I only have 3 hours, then I'll hand over the microphone. I'm kidding, only 20 minutes. But I would like to briefly talk about self-image, why it's so important. I've realized that you perform based on how you perceive yourself. If you think you're a winner, like Henry Ford said, if you think you can, you are right. And if you think you cannot, you are also right. Meaning, you define if you make it in life or not. And so many people like saying, the reason why I cannot make it is because somebody did 1, 2, 3 in my life. So that person has already set a ceiling over your head to say this is how far you can go and no more. So your self-image comes from what somebody said about you. So you're limiting yourself based on what somebody else said. You know, the mightiest thing about self-image is that it's really your limitation. We like this statement where we say the sky is the limit, but these days we have even taken it to another level. We say even the sky is not the limit anymore. But let me tell you something. There's something between your 2 ears. That is your limitation. It's self-perception. If as a woman, you look at yourself and you say, because I'm a woman, therefore I will not be able to go to another level. Guess what you just did? You've limited yourself. I can come and try to pep you up and tell you that you can make it, but as long as that has become a concrete conviction in your mind, guess what? You will not go far. And you will constantly blame the male counterpart for your limitation. But let me tell you something. If you change your self-perception, you will keep on going higher. being raped does not only affect your body, it affects your emotions, it affects your mind, it affects your self-perception. And that experience stays with you for the rest of your life. But you choose if you're going to use it as an obstacle, if you're going to use it as a scapegoat, or you're going to use it actually as a trampoline that takes you higher in life. And you might be saying, you are a male, what do you know? I know one thing. I know people who have been through hell, and they came on the other side, and they do not smell like hell. Meaning you do have an option today to say, yeah, I've been through all the crap and stuff in life, but I can choose on the 29th of August, 2022, I am not going to use my experience as my limitation. I'm going to rise beyond where I am. And the beauty of life is that the minute you believe that you can rise, you tell your subconscious mind and you tell your nervous system to work for you and not against you. If you think you are not creative, you send signals to your nervous systems to say, I will not make it. And therefore, you become your own limitation. So what you believe about yourself is more critical than what has happened in your life. Let me make a typical example that you know, that I know. I grew up watching Oprah. How many of you know Oprah Winfrey? I got some gifts for you. Clap for me. I'm the Oprah. Okay. But you know what she went through as a young girl. She got raped and she conceived and she lost the baby. One could have said, I have an awful background as a woman. All these males, all that they wanted was my body and stuff like that, and therefore, I will never be able to make it in life. But no, she used that as a springboard instead. Meaning, in the same circumstance, you can look at yourself in the mirror and say, I acknowledge that I've been through a lot of stuff. Because acknowledging is important. I've seen some people who don't want to acknowledge pain. So in the morning, they just try to act like I'm a superwoman. I'm a superwoman. I don't care what I went through. My friend, it's important that you acknowledge the pain that you've been through. If you don't acknowledge the pain, you will never be able to recover. So you acknowledge the pain, and acknowledging the pain does not mean you submitting and surrendering to the pain. No. It simply means you acknowledge what you've been through. You do not deny what you've been through. You will never heal until you come to a place where you acknowledge the pain. I'm a guy, but let me tell you something that keeps me sane. I cry. Give me a round of applause. Sounds crazy, right? Yeah. It sounds crazy. Because you are a man, you're not expected to cry. Because big boys don't cry. You know what I'm saying? What will women say if they see me cry? I gotta be the man, you know what I'm saying? I gotta be the man. You're dying. You're dying. So as a woman, one of the greatest weapons that God has blessed you with is the ability to express your emotions. You might look at it as a weakness. No, it's a strength. Let's go to statistics and you look at suicide. Who kills themselves more? Males. Why? Because women are able to express their emotions. And when you express the emotions, what do? You cleanse your soul. You are able to breathe better. That's why sometimes, a woman will wake you up in the middle of the night and she will say, baby, we need to talk. And as a man, you're like, but it's 2:30. She says, we gotta talk tonight. And you say, no, but we can still do this thing in the morning, before. I said, we need to talk now. And then as a man, if you are wise, let's just talk. If you want to have a fruitful day, just start talking. There have been times where I look at time, I'm like, but it's 5 a.m. now and we've been talking. Will we put a comma, a full stop? And I realized the best thing that you can do, son, just take a shower and go to work. When you come back, then the mood has changed because that's how women are. You want to express yourselves. But here is the sad part and the downside when it comes to women. women, oftentimes, instead of empowering each other, they talk down on each other. So there's a lot of bickering, there's a lot of gossip, you know. Did you see the eyelashes? Yeah, don't look at your neighbor's eyelashes right now, please don't. It's probably something that you've already made a comment. Did you see that top? Did you see that top? My word, she embarrassed herself today. The same energy that women use to pull each other down can be converted into energy to uplift women. It's not because women are not powerful, it's because they use the power not to empower themselves. I mean, just look around you. This room is full of superpowers. Superpowers. People who can rule the world. And I mean it, rule the world. You see, the beauty of life is that when you believe you can, oh my word, you ooze with a level of energy that causes and that forces people to take you seriously. You know, you don't need everybody to believe in you. You need to start believing in yourself first. If you try to convince everybody before you take a stand and you walk, chances are you will remain in a stationary position. But if you look within and say, yes, I can, and every voice is clamoring, you cannot. Every voice is saying, you cannot, but you keep saying, I can. You create so much momentum that when you get up, they know there's an aura in this place. So when you hold the microphone and you start doing what you're doing, the people who say nay to you, they are following you. And you're like, are you coming? They're like, we gotta come. We gotta come. Let me tell you something. When women marched to Pretoria, other women criticized them. True or false? Other women said, if men could not accomplish this, who do you think you are? And some women believed that. Because, no, we are females. I mean, come on. We don't have power. But other women believed that, yes, we can. And I'm not trying to sound like Barack Obama. But I think I can make a good president. Okay, let me just do 2 points before I sit down quickly. I spoke about self-perception, how important it is. You need to start seeing yourself from that angle of, I don't have limitations. A womb is not a limitation, it's an advantage. So because you're a female, that does not mean you have any disadvantage compared to a male counterpart. And that does not mean now we should compete. No, we complement. Because sometimes ladies, from observation, I might be wrong, they go overboard. Instead of displaying their potential, they are competing with a male counterpart. Wrong. It's a big, big wrong. You don't compete, you just take your best, you put it on the table, and your best will win the game for you. You don't need to show that I got this. No, you just do what you got to do, and people will acknowledge that you have this. So it's not about arrogance, like you rightly said. It's about displaying confidence, and confidence smells amazing. There's a thin line between confidence and arrogance. Arrogance is all about, I can do this, I'm better than everybody. Confidence says, I'm empowered, and I will take my capacity, put it on the table, and you will like it at the end of the day. That is confidence. I speak not because I'm competing with the other speaker. No, I'm Casey Dinock, and there will never be another Casey on planet Earth, even if you try to fake me. You get what I'm saying? There will never be another you. So you don't need to be like your neighbor and have the hairstyle like your neighbor. You know, some people who struggle with hairline. Don't look at your neighbor again, ladies. Just look at Casey. I don't want us to fight. Hallelujah. You know, you try all sorts of products just to deal with that hairline. Oh no. It looks at you and say, I ain't going anywhere. Then at the end of the day, you become like my wonderful sister. You know what I'm saying? You the girl, man. No stress, girl. There was a time I remember I wanted my hair to be soft as a teenager, you know, so that I can have escalent cut and look great. And my brother had beautiful texture. So now my aunt said, what are we going to do with Casey's hair? Because it's hard, man. So she devised the plan and said, okay, I've never seen this. I've never been to a lab and I saw this, but I'm going to try it. She started with a product, Black Like Me. You know, I'm not saying anything about that party. Né? Yeah, but black like me. Then black like me, my hair was still looking at her like, ha, 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 who do you think you are? And then now, she used another product. Have you seen that miracle before? Oh, I saw it. Performed miracle indeed. She used another product on my hair. I think Revlon or something like that. Then now it was time for me to wash my hair. You know what I'm saying? Then we started. I heard things that I never heard in my life. Now we are in a basin. They're washing KC. Then I can hear this girl who's next to my aunt saying, the hair is falling. I said, what is falling again? She said, the hair is falling. I said, somebody else to say, can't be my hair. Just to cut the story short, I lost my hair. And the next day, literally, I had to go for cheese cop. Now I was the real cheese cop guy. When I got to school, the kids were laughing. Yesterday you had hair. Today you don't have hair. It was a big deal. Don't look at your neighbor. Eh? Really different challenges in life. But all I'm trying to say is that be uniquely yourself. The greatest freedom is when you don't compete. It's when you are yourself. Your personality is so unique. Your temperament is so unique. Your character is so unique. Your background is so unique. Your education is so unique. Your parents are so unique. Your siblings are so unique. There's no way that you can be like your neighbor. Stop competing with somebody else. Whether it's a male or a female, you don't have to try it. If you become yourself, when you become yourself, then you will know the world has been waiting for me all along. But I've been somebody else's clone and I've missed who I am. And no wonder why you're not fulfilled at the end of the day. I love myself not because I'm arrogant, but I've realized that there will never be another me. There will never be another me. You don't need to like me, but as long as I like myself, then I can make it. You understand what I'm saying? How many of you know the song that says, I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. I think about it every night and day. Spread my wings and fly away. I believe I can soar. I see me running through that open doors. I believe I can fly. Do you believe you can fly? Because I believe you can fly. You just need to start believing in you. Just give yourself a round of applause again. Ladies, 2 minutes and I'll be handing over the microphone. I can speak for the whole day, but that is why I'm coming to where you are based. Yeah. Okay, let me just mention 2 points before I sit down. And I call this the recovery plan when it comes to your self-perception, how you see yourself. It's a process. You see, it's so easy to motivate you to speak for a few minutes and let you go. But you need to understand that your emotions might rise to another level, but that does not mean you have a mindset. People don't win in life because they're motivated. They win in life because they have a mindset. A mindset is a place where you are not thinking about that particular thing consciously. It has become who you are. So you exude it naturally and consciously. Are we together? So if you are going to go to another level, it's not just waking up in the morning and say, I'm strong, and that's it. You need to build it in your conscious system, in your subconsciousness, until you become that. The first thing that you need to acknowledge is that it's a process to cleanse that mental perception. It's a process. Say process. Say process. I'm saying this because you will feel discouraged along the way, but you need to know it's a process. The second point is stop the blame game. Stop what? Stop what? The blame game. The biggest game that I know in life is the blame game. We like blaming other people for where we are. And we use that as a scapegoat. And it's so easy. Anybody can do it. That's why, unfortunately, you find that your male counterpart, they will say, the reason why I abused you is because you said 1, 2, 3. And I say, then what happened to your brain? Are you now acting instinctively or you make decisions before you act? So we need to account. We stop the blame game. The blame game of your background, the blame game of what people said, the blame game of your excuses, the blame game of your past experiences. You stop the blame game, but you acknowledge that you went through what you went through. Are we together? Okay. And the last one is allow yourself to get the help you need. Allow yourself to get the help you need. Whether it's emotionally, whether it's spiritually, whether it's physically, whether it's mentally. Where you realize that I need help, avail yourself to that help. Are we together? There's no shame in asking for help. I was talking to men in the Northwest Province last month, Department of Community Safety and Transport, and there were 500 men in that auditorium. And I said to them, guys, it's okay for us men to ask for help. Because we are so conditioned to be Superman, to be Spider-Man, to be Batman, to be all kinds of men. Therefore, it becomes very difficult for us to reach out for help. And then we die in depression like I almost died in depression 4 years ago. I almost died. It was so hard for me to open up and say to somebody, Casey is down right now. They all saw a superhero. They expected me to hold a microphone and talk to them. But at that time, I was so depleted emotionally, I needed somebody to uphold me. Are we together? You are a woman. Somebody next to you is a woman. We need each other. Do you mind to look at that woman and say,
it'll be all over in the morning, We feel like, I don't know quite where to identify the pain, but it's painful somewhere, Advocate Kambule, because you have touched many nerves. And until and unless we become intolerant of certain cliches, even amongst us as women, because we talk a lot about GBV and we talk a lot about patriarchy, but there is a thing called misogynoir that is even more hellish than patriarchy. And we don't talk a lot about woman-on-woman violence. And we are our worst enemy, but I am not here to talk about that. I am here to introduce the next speaker called Judge Nkumalo, who is going to give us her speech for the next, how many minutes? I'm not going to time her, but she said she's going to give us 5 minutes of her time. Thank you, Your Ladyship.
Well, you don't have to today. Remember what they told us? They said we are all excellencies. So for today, we are all excellencies, and we are going to be bowing to each other and appreciating each other. I'm really delighted that I got this invitation, although it was by default, that I should be with you and enjoy your achievements as you celebrate, but also look at the reality that we're talking about. Before I start with the delivery of the message that I have for you as sheriffs, let me first thank the chairman of the South African Board for Sheriffs, who I understand that he is the host, so therefore I must be thankful to him for the invitation. Thank you, sir. And also, thank the formations of the sheriff's bodies that have come together here to come and commemorate Women's Month. And, I understand that I must also acknowledge, I know that probably in sequence, it might have not gone the way it's supposed to be, But however, I have to acknowledge the Minister of Justice who's here to come and commemorate with you as you take note of this important month. I have to say that I understand that you have formed yourselves into groups of interest to yourselves, that you have the South African Sheriff's Society, which is a voluntary body, which I gather is national, representing the sheriff's interests. I've noted that in their objectives or vision, they, amongst other things, refer to promoting diversity and gender equality, and recognize also the South African Association of Progressive Sheriffs, which in its constitution undertakes to strive to adhere to transformation imperatives as required by the Constitution. A very commendable and noble intention, except for the unfortunate use of the word strive. Definitely it is a misfit if it is used nearly 30 years post-democracy. You cannot be still striving, but you must be adhering to the transformative imperatives required by the Constitution. So I would urge you to have a look again at your Constitution and do away with that word that still talk about strive. I am informed that it is women from these two organizations, that is SANAPS and SASS, who, understanding their responsibility, their positions of influence carry, to be the optimism and light of all women and all other vulnerable persons in our society, appreciating the impact they might have in the empowerment of each other, in their profession, and the need to collaborate with other women in positions of influence and outside their profession, to also be involved in the upliftment and empowerment of other vulnerable groups in order to build a future that we all envisage for our children. That they decided to come up with this initiative, which goes beyond just a yearly celebration of Women's Day. It is a fact they decided to go over their selfish interest and committed to live beyond the self, that they have to be appreciated, commended, and supported. To quote the late Archbishop Desmond Tutu, do a little bit of good where you are. It is those little bits put together that overwhelm the world. I'm really also encouraged that everybody is realizing that we need each other, men and women, to reflect and get involved if we are to change the course of the dehumanizing tragedies that women and other vulnerable groups are facing. And in honest facts, this is a subject that we try to run away from, but it always comes back. It doesn't matter what is the situation that we find ourselves, we always have to come back to these tragedies. Also that we need to go beyond the reflection that only takes place during the Women's Month and appreciate the agency the situation has become as we year in and year out grapple with the calamity of the scourge of gender-based violence that is not abating but becoming more prevalent, especially in intimate spaces, and becoming more present, being committed in the glare of our communities, in broad daylight, with such brutal circumstances that you wonder what could have gone so wrong that the perpetrator stop using their brain like a human being and also stop seeing a fellow human being. Our children are pinning their hopes on us that we'll gather and reflect and come up with solutions that will help them as they also suffer and perish from the scourge of sexual and gender-based violence. They can't be children anymore, walk the streets and play as we used to do, as it will happen in normal communities. They are either seen as objects of gratification or of intimidation, that they must also suffer the same violence. When I talk about that, it reminds me of a little girl called Buntle Mushiane from Limpopo, who suffered a horrendous death, having been raped before being murdered. It also brings to my mind an 8-year-old little girl, also from Limpopo, Mabereki Mulamudi, who had to be sacrificed because some healing had to be done and they needed a body of a small child. And when I say children, I don't only mean girls, but we've also have to take note that even our boys are suffering as one of the vulnerable groups, that they are also seen as objects of gratification. That reminds me of the 11-year-old boy, a grade 10 pupil, who on the 29th of July, 2022, was gang raped by 8 men at an initiation school. The teenager was subjected to a horrendous ordeal during something they call umgidi ritual by adult perpetrators. What have gone wrong? What really has happened? That we would see our own families, we would see our own children, not as people anymore, and we subject them to all those horrendous acts. And how do we pledge to render justice for all and see to it that everybody enjoys the basic human rights protected by the constitutions? To the victims, who will never wake up? So even if a matter does come before us, and we talk about rendering justice, but how do you render justice to somebody who's no more? To the victims also, whose future is destroyed and will never be the same. It was shocking last year in one of our organizations when we were preparing for one of our programs on gender-based violence. And we were looking at the statistics that were presented by the Minister of Health, the MEC for Social Development, in KwaZulu-Natal. I think it was in August, yes, but last year, when they reported that 21,000 girls
15 years and younger to have fallen pregnant in that year. Talk about a calamity. What do you say to Stats, South Africa's reports that says 688 young girls of ages 9 and 10 has given birth in our country? What do you say to that? How do you correct that? I listened to Mr. Dinokwe talking about accepting your circumstances and trying to deal with it. Is that what you tell the 9-year-old? To accept their circumstances and deal with it? It just shows an indictment that we have as a nation, as communities. And one of the speakers also spoke about, the problem starting with us and family orientated. It does ring a bell of truth because it is encouraged by the conversations that we have, as families. And when I grew up, I used to hear next door, the auntie next door saying to her makoti, saying, look, if you haven't started cooking by now, your husband will arrive and he will beat you up. Hey? And what are you doing? Those are circumstances that you'll easily look at them and say, they don't matter. But they really do matter. The conversations that we have with our children, with ourselves, amongst our colleagues. You are told that a man, never lies. And whatever a man says in the house, that is the word. You can't speak against a man. And then your mother will say to you, when you come home and you say, I said 1, 2, 3 to my husband and he beat me up. Then she will say, but why did you do that? Why? Why did you do that? Hey? And unfortunately, those are the circumstances that have brought us here. Patriarchy, you mentioned it. That's where it starts. That men believing that they never fail. That if they fail, it is you who caused it. So therefore, if they remove you, probably maybe their circumstances will change. It will never change. It will remain the same. The minister, Mr. Ronald Lamola, you reflected on the presidential summit that Advocate Kambulet spoke about of 2019 against gender-based violence and femicide. And in your foreword, you indicated that the summit emerged with a glimmer of hope that with government and civil societies working together, solutions against the scourge of gender-based violence can be found. Unfortunately, we look at when that was said, and we look at where we are now. It's getting worse. It's getting worse. How do you respond to bodies or parts of bodies that are found thrashed on the streets? How do you respond to body parts that are being kept with our food in the fridges? How do you respond to that? It shows that it can't be business as usual. And we have to come up with solutions. The problem of GBV is immense, and any solution which does not address the root cause of this pandemic is a futile exercise. The patriarchal mindset of society that promotes and encourages the superiority of men and informs the conversations we hold amongst ourselves sustains this entitlement that men project in their interactions with women and children. The need for the intensification of our SGBV programs is unquestionable. And that is why you found that we also try in our position of influence to be involved in programs that address GBV violence. And also I would encourage you, as the sheriffs, to use your influence, to use your power to be involved in these programs. And that is the only way that we can be able, to deal with the situation. And in those few words, I would thank you for giving me this opportunity, although the invitation also came without a brief, without indicating as to exactly what I should address. But however, I knew that with the commemoration of Women's Month, some truth have got to be said, and we have to face them to be able to be noted. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Today I had the privilege of making a judge stop talking. It must go down in history that I stood here and I said to your ladyship, your time is up. Please take your seat. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. We are now going to call upon the host of this event to address us, and I'm not going to come back until he has done what he needs to do and introduce the minister as well. Sir, we are in your hands. Can we please stand up to welcome our host?
Thank you. I'll need it for now, and I'll show you why. Thank you very much, Program Director. Good morning to all the ladies and gentlemen that are present here today. Before I commence, maybe I've been trying with my voice, and it's been failing me. I see when we started, Mr. Dinoke, I wanted to compete with you and try with my vocals. We've tried with Mr. Nell. I've tried to mimic your voice. It's not happening. I even tried looking at Barry White. It's not working. So I'm going to ask, just for the minister's benefit, for you to just an intro for me, the way that you did it, because I can't do it better than you.
I can't believe it, eh? It's a beautiful, beautiful day. We're gonna learn and grow today. I can smell change in the air.
Minister, I couldn't beat that, in all honesty. But thank you very much, Mr. Dinoke. I'll come for private lessons on music. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Minister of Justice and Correctional Services, the Honorable Ronald Lamula, my dear sister, the Honorable, for now I can say my dear sister until I revert to calling you my lady again, the Honorable Judge, Madam Justice Kumalo. We've got the Chief Director here of the Promotion of Rights of Vulnerable Groups. We've got the Chairperson / Team Leader of the Women's Day Organizing Committee, Mrs. Dlamini, together with your team, comprised of very astute and progressive sheriffs, women sheriffs. I've got my fellow colleagues, the board members. I see here the deputy chairperson is in our midst. In fact, the deputy chairpersons are in our midst. We've got our board members here, colleagues. I'm truly indebted that you've graced this occasion to come and see what the women outside of the board, but within the profession, are capable and competent of doing, especially if there's collaborative work. This is something that I wanted the board members to see in person, so that when we speak about it at the board meetings and we show that the board has used X amount of funds to support this initiative, it is not for the telling. I do not then come under the criticism of we have been splurging and wasting money. This is an event that is worth happening. It should happen every year, in my view. And thank you very much once again, organizing committee. I think you deserve a round of applause. With that said, I must not forget the team that we come with, the executive manager led by, or the team here, led by the executive manager, acting executive manager, Mrs. Mashaba, Mr. Nal, the manager for training and development, together with your team. I know that you also played an integral part. And then the people that we are hosting today, the sheriffs and the office admin, I must also recognize the other officials or dignitaries from the two voluntary associations. Today I'm not going to be so controversial, colleagues, as I usually am in the profession. But I know others, to others I'm revered, to others I'm loved, simply because this is a profession where discipline and order needs to be maintained all the time. I believe that we are the regulator, and as a regulator, we always ask, who is the guardian of guardians? People see sheriffs as guardians. As the program director put it, one does not want to hear of a name of a sheriff. If they say, I'm sending a sheriff down your door to execute on an order, people out there do not take lightly of it. But who guards them? Who guards whether they do their work correctly, in accordance with the values enshrined in our Constitution, in accordance with their code of conduct? It is us, the South African Board for Sheriffs. And with that said, I know that others would have said in certain instances, we or the board must play the role of almost like a voluntary association within the profession. And I've always disagreed with it vehemently. And I said, we are not here, we are not SASS, we are not SANAPS, but we are a regulator. It is SASS and SANAPS who will advance the interests of their members, put it that way. But we as a regulator are to be one, neutral, impartial, and independent, so that when sheriff's matters are brought to our table, we can judge, or rather adjudicate over those in the most fair and objective manner. Not in the sheriff's best interest, but in the public's best interest, because we are here to protect the public. Now, what have women done in the profession, which is very formidable, and I must share with the minister and you, Judge Khumalo, is that from what I see in terms of the statistics, disciplinary hearings, and how offices are ran, even in terms of legal obligations, the declarations, I must say, without any reservations, it's mostly the female-run practices that become compliant, that are found to be 100% compliant. And not just compliance in the sense of we submit on time. I mean even in terms of honesty, where it has been seen, it's said that we suffer, we are punished by, those who do good will also suffer at the end of the day. I've seen it happen even here in the sheriff's profession, where most women have suffered in the short tenure that I've been for being honest and declaring the right figures when it comes to legal obligations. I've seen women whom in the past I mean, we used to recommend names to the Department of Justice. So they'll say there's a vacancy here, check your database, look at the names or give us the names of the people that are closest to the area that has become vacant, those that are in good standing in terms of discipline and even legal compliance in terms of declaring the right amounts. Where all the females, in fact, mostly the female-ran officers, who will declare the correct amounts. So your 11 millions, your 15 millions, your 4 million per annum, as opposed to the males who will under-declare most of the time, the male-run officers. And I say the male-run because they are a majority, they are not a minority. There's an exception of those that give you the correct figures. But for example, let me use, this is not a real life situation because I don't want you guys now to go and say the Sheriff of Cape Town is not making money. I'm just making an example. Sheriff of Cape Town, say it's occupied by a male. And then that sheriff comes and declares net income of 500,000. And then you have a sheriff of a lesser area, lesser attractive area coming to declare 4 million. The disparity there cannot be correct. But obviously, this is what they do and this is what we see. So what happens is when the department asks for names, certain areas have become vacant. We give them the correct or the stats in terms of what has been reported to us. These are the sheriffs, these are women. And stemming from the last year's event where I undertook to promote, to advance, and to lobby for women to be appointed in acting positions. You find that there are vacant posts. I've given 4 names or 5 names to the department, 4 of which are females. And progressive from every walk of life, and the 1 will be a male. Only to find that coming back, all the names of the females will be rejected, and only the 1 male will be appointed. Why? Why are they suffering? Here they tell you there's too much of a net income. And I said, but they are suffering victims for being honest. Mostly, I've seen it, that mostly it's the male-run officers that are under-declaring. The women give you the spot-on accurate amounts that are making, but should they suffer now for being honest? What are we saying out there? So these are one of the criticisms that I even brought to the minister's attention, and subsequent thereto, the minister has taken it heads on to cure and ensure that it does not continue going forward. But with that said, ladies, I'm not going to say ladies and gentlemen, but ladies, once again this year I make my undertaking again in front of the minister to say I will continue personally to advocate for female sheriffs' rights so that we can see more holding offices, not only being appointed as deputies, but as sheriffs, even in the upcoming vacancies. And Minister, I will ask, the power is the minister's, it's not our power as the board. It's the minister's power to appoint. But knowing the type of minister we have, I know that even if I were to say, Minister, I am asking that even in the next upcoming vacancies, those that go through the interviews, those that are found fit and proper, those that are to be appointed, half of those offices, 50% must be occupied by women. That way we are trying. We will not get there. Rome was not built in one day. But in my 3-year stints that I've had, at least I would have done so much more. In closing, colleagues, before I call the minister up, because he also has an engagement, I will then just brief the ladies that are here of the upcoming events. As overseen, and some have been authorized by the board. I mean, recently I'm happy to hear Mr. Buka saying they want to get to the level of participation in the UAHJ, which is a well-known sheriff's organization, or regional sheriff's organization, where currently, I was elected there to be the vice president. These are the spaces that we should be participating. These are the spaces that I'm willing to even push. Because I'm not a sheriff. I'm not looking to be a sheriff. I'm here to ensure that in my 3 years, I leave this profession as professionalized as possible. And one thing that's upcoming is that next year, Minister, in March, you'll be invited to a national conference, where in this conference will also be done. We will be unveiling, Minister, as you've always said, that you want this profession professionalized, a uniform for all sheriffs. Like the police service, like nurses, like all the servants of the people, sheriffs will be wearing a uniform going forward. Second, and this will be a uniform that is, I mean, if you look at, I went to Russia not so long ago on this UAHJ mission. And there, all the sheriffs, it is professionalized, like the police service. These are things that we need to do going forward. They are coming to visit us now in November. They want to have some collaboration with us, Minister. And I said to them, because of the political sphere, we'll have to obviously consult, because, I mean, eventually, we don't want to encroach onto the power of the executive. But there, what was envisaged is, if we were to collaborate, there'll be an exchange program where sheriffs, deputy sheriffs, those that are still keen to go and learn abroad, will have an exchange where their people come this side to assist us and ours go that side, so that you get the knowledge and you bring it here in the profession and we better this profession. And then the last that I thought of that was to be addressed here is also the minister's wish and our wish, and what we resolved on as a board to implement that wish, which was to relocate the board's offices. Currently, the board's offices the headquarters find themselves in Cape Town. Gauteng is a centralized venue for all sheriffs, in fact, not even sheriffs, everyone around the country, for all types of businesses. To have the headquarters based in Gauteng will do so much justice, not only to the people who need to access our services when they always come and lodge complaints, but also to sheriffs themselves. Imagine a sheriff traveling from Nkoankua for disciplinary hearing. They must pay for their own flight ticket. They must pay for their own accommodation. They are aggrieved in the sense that they are facing possible charges. Then they have to travel all the way from that end of the country to Cape Town. You can't take a train there. So these are the injustices that we are trying to make right whilst we are here, and we're going to do it within my term. We will deliver within my term. That is a promise that I've given you, Minister, and that is a promise I've given to my colleagues, and I will fulfill it. We are almost 90% there. When I leave in the next 2 years, I want to know that I've left the profession as best as it could be with what I could do. And then, colleagues, in closing, I know the scourge, I'm not going to repeat what the speakers have spoken about, the GBVs, but we from the Sheriff's Board, undercapacitated, under-resourced as we are, pulling. We know, we've heard, recently we've had a sheriff from Greytown, 56-year-old who has been sentenced to life imprisonment for the rape, in fact, the kidnapping and rape of a female when she was 18 years old. This is a story that broke out a week ago. We are not sitting and not doing anything. There's a sheriff that is also sentenced to a fine of 65,000 in Limpopo for using the K word when going to, in fact, a deputy. The K word when he goes and he executes on orders. Those as well, we are not leaving those stones unturned. We are doing something. We are ensuring that these sheriffs find themselves in a disciplinary hearing, and obviously from the board side, we are advocating for their removal from the profession, because we do not need people of their sort in the profession. And then lastly, colleagues, thank you very much. Let me take this opportunity to say, I mean, we can talk until the cows come home, but respecting the minister's time and the fact that he's got other engagements soon hereafter, I'd like to give this opportunity to recognize the minister to address us. Minister, thank you very much for bestowing the honor on this program today by gracing it as best as you can with the limited time and the belated invitation that you have received. It does not go unnoticed. I must just say that there are people that say I'm against the old. I'm not against the old. But you see the young, when they're still here, Minister was called just last week. There's an event of this sort. He found his way. He woke up, he came here, he's here. He's going to another meeting. So the energy is still there, if I can put it that way. So use us. We are young, we are here. Don't be afraid of change. Minister made the greatest change when he appointed me, as young as I am, to lead the board. And here I am, I'm working for the board because I still have the energy. When I'm 50 years old, I don't want to be in this position. I don't want to be here. I want to be mentoring others who are going to take these institutions and take them forward for the benefit of our society. Minister, without further ado, I'd like to call you forward. Let's rise, please, for the Minister.
Sure. Thank you very much, the chairperson of the board, Advocate Mark Morgan, Judge Kumalo, and all the associations of the sheriffs, officials from the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, Advocate Price, and others that I might not have seen. All the relevant stakeholders who are here, and all the women sheriff who have attended this event. I'm very grateful to come to this occasion to share some thoughts with you. And I was saying, Mark, that he might be wasting his talent here. He should be recording somewhere. But I was told that no, he's not a sheriff, he's a motivational speaker. So I hope I'm also motivating him to use his talent somewhere in a more commercial way. But I've also heard that sometimes singing, it's not everyone who can sing who end up being a recorded artist. So I don't have the skills to siphon through. I only see it during the idols. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm encouraged by something that I've read in your annual report for the Sheriff's Board. And I think the chairperson has also espoused some of the few words that he wrote in the annual report, where he quotes Ralph Emerson when he said that, "Do not follow where the path may lead. Go instead where there is no path and leave a trail." Close quote. Advocate Morgan goes on to say, "It is my earnest hope that this board will demonstrate a commitment to access to justice that is unparalleled and unmatched. This board hopes its commitment to the advancement and betterment of the sheriff's profession will be unprecedented and hopes to chart a new path for those who follow us. The sheriff's profession, and accordingly, the South African Board of Sheriffs, is a very important cog in the wheel of justice and vital strand in our constitutional democracy." Close quote. Access to justice is transformative in nature, and the sheriffs are indeed a vital strand in our constitutional democracy because they link society and our justice system in the civil proceedings and sometimes even in criminal matters. One of the transformative tools which believe have a direct bearing on how you go about your work is the process of rationalization, which has been completed for the lower courts. With effect from the 1st of April 2022, courts were converted old magisterial districts and created new magisterial districts. We established new district courts for the Free State, KwaZulu-Natal, the Eastern Cape, and the Western Cape. The reconfigured boundaries are designed to ensure that their jurisdictional boundaries make the justice system accessible in a manner which is convenient to courts, users, and the general public. As a result, the new jurisdictional boundaries at magistrates' court level will enable our people not to travel long distances and have a situation they have to travel and leave a court next to their neighborhood and go far away towns. But they will now have to access courts next to their neighborhoods and participate in that justice system, which is bringing courts closer to the people, and we do believe it will enhance access to justice. We all know that with the advance of democracy in 1994, save for the establishment of the Constitutional Court, the reform of the Appellate Division into the Supreme Court of Appeal, and the establishment of a new judicial appointment regime, the judicial system, in terms of its structure, characteristics, and culture, remain as it was under the apartheid era, subject to its transformatory as mandated by the Constitution. The transformation is underpinned by the constitutional imperative that all courts must be rationalized with a view to establishing a judicial system that is consistent with our constitutional democracy and the principle of access to justice. Furthermore, the magistrates' court's boundaries have been rationalized in order to give effect to the district development model, the DDM model. The DDM model embodies an approach by which the three spheres of government and the state entities work in unison, in an impact-oriented way, and where there is a high performance and accountability for coherent service delivery and development outcomes. At the heart of the DDM is the need to ensure that national priorities such as economic growth and employment, improvements of living conditions, the fight against crime and corruption, and the better education outcomes are attended to in localized areas. I'm raising this with yourselves because you are at the heart of making our system work. But at times, it seems your voice is silenced on these type of policy developments. One of the things we have picked up is that the Sheriff's Act is that of 1986, predates the Constitution, and came into operation on the 1st of March, 1990. You as practitioners need to drive the discussion as to whether a comprehensive amendments and reforms to the Sheriff's Act are required. I've already heard Mark speaking about some, including the issues of the uniform. We will hear from you whether is that what you desire. So we leave it to the sheriff's profession to guide us in that regard. But it's important that your voice is heard on these policy discussions. A lot must be done to make this part of our legal regime attractive to women. Whilst I have noted that significant progress has been made since 1994 in the transformation of the sheriff's profession in respect of race, the progress is not satisfactory in respect of gender. Before 1994, most of the sheriffs were white and male, while the appointment of black males was largely limited to the former TBVC states and the homelands. We currently have 167 male sheriffs, 67.8%, and 79 female sheriffs, which is 32.20%. I do believe this is not enough, and I think the judge referred to some clause in your constitution and the rules. And the chairperson of the board has put some gun in my head. I agree with him that we need to improve on this percentage, and we stand ready when the recommendations comes, to scrutinize them, to ensure that they comply with that 50% requirement or more. Of the 618 deputy sheriffs, 491 are male and 127 are female. So even amongst the deputy sheriffs, you can see that it is still skewed. So if you have this skewed number, it also means that those that will be recommended to be sheriffs will also be skewed. So I hope that you will also start at that entrance level to balance the scale and open and broaden the horizons for female sheriffs to find space, to see the profession as attractive, to see this profession as cool, to see it as something that is fashionable. So maybe this conference will also help to make this sheriff's profession trendy, cool, to attract young women sheriffs to come into the space. Because what the advocate Praise was speaking about of patriarchy will not be dismantled unless females plays an important role in the economy. And the sheriff's profession is also at the center of economic transformation. It has a role to play in economic growth. It has a role to play in redirecting the property relations in this country. So it is key and important that we have young female sheriffs coming into the space and participate meaningfully in the transformation of our economy. Another area of development is also the rise and use of technology in the profession and in society broadly. The modernization and digitization of the sheriff's profession in fulfilling its functions in terms of the various pieces of legislation as well as the efficient and effective management of their offices is of the utmost importance. Online auctions in the sheriff's profession will soon become a reality as the rules board for courts will meet towards the end of September to finalize the relevant rules with a view to submit for my consideration and approval. It is inevitable that this has to happen. I know other auctions already happen online. There is no reason why you can't do it. The electronic serving of summonses through the office of the sheriffs will no doubt also be a matter that the rules board is considering, and the sheriffs and the department will have to play an integral role in the development thereof. And it's also key yourself that you play that meaningful role and participate in the development of this role, or else you will become irrelevant because an email service may and can be done without the sheriff. They can bypass you and say, no, we must just serve directly. So the sheriff's profession needs to find ways of how it will continue to be relevant when technology is developing at this fast pace. If you don't do so, you will be overtaken by events and you will be abrogated by disuse and irrelevance. This is particularly true when considering that the digitization of the offices of the sheriffs countrywide, and more especially those in smaller and rural areas. What is of concern is the usage different system being in many of these offices. The digital divide also affects the profession. And I heard you when you're speaking about Cape Town on disclosure and all that. It also happens with technology. Someone in Toyando or in my village in Bushbuck Ridge might struggle with some of the connectivity issues. How does the board and the associations empower and ensure that all sheriffs across the country are able to access such connectivity? This impacts negatively in assessing the income that the sheriff derives, for example, from the various suburbs in his or her area of service. Some of the more affluent sheriffs have system in place that is enables to provide such breakdown, while others cannot do it at all. This information is important if the department, with the assistance of the board, is required to investigate the combination of one or more areas of the redescription and the allocation of any area of work. One thing is certain, that change is both necessary and inevitable for the profession. It's not a choice you have to make, but it's necessitated by the evolution in society. I'm also glad to hear from the chairperson of the board that the majority of female practitioners of sheriffs, they are honest, transparent, and they disclose exactly what they earn. It means that if we broaden by appointing more women, we will be broadening honesty and transparency. So it is important for the transformation of this profession. And it is key that we do not only engage on the appointments and transformation, but also on the training of the female sheriffs, research and development, how to keep it in par with other developing nations across the globe. And training, to just throw someone into the sea without training is to kill the future of that person. So I hope one of the discussions, I know that in the Sheriff's Board you have courses and all that, but I also hope that as combined as yourself, as female practitioners, you have got your own unique challenges, different to men's challenges. I hope this conference will help you engage, share ideas, how you deal with those unique challenges that a man like myself may not encounter in the sheriff's profession. And what will then be the overall role of the profession to help you prosper, to grow, and enhance this profession, which I do believe it's in your hands to broaden it, to grow it, and to protect its role in the legal profession. I wish you all the best in this conference, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Thank you so much for those wise words, those words of admonishing, those words of encouragement. And it is so refreshing to have a minister who is in the zone, you know, who understands the times they are changing. And if we, as the board of sheriffs, are not going to move with the times, we are going to be eaten by obsolescence. We are going to be irrelevant. So the fourth revolution becomes, ladies and gentlemen, we can no longer afford born before technology. You know, I call them BBTs. You cannot not know how to operate certain gadgets. We get frustrated with sheriffs who don't understand what certain things are supposed to mean in their phones, you know. And this thing, you must wait, and the sheriff goes to a wrong place, and then they charge you again. Like, no, you have to do better. Chairman, we really get frustrated by these sheriffs who are holding on to the petulance of ageism. We have been doing it like this before we were born. Well, we are here now. We are born, and you must deal with us. You must know how to be efficient and effective at the hand. You know, like, yeah, gadget, type, don't, like paper. Yo, those return of service, like that replicate thing. Can you do something about it, Batong? Like, can I get a return of service on my phone, maybe? So that I can, you know, send it to whoever around the world. Then I must get that replicate. And without that replicate, no, Minister, please help us. We are really being frustrated by these born before technologies. But thank you so much. I think we are taking note of what everybody has said. I think we can only get better. We can only do better. And now that we know better, I believe that we are all going to do better, right? So I thank the Minister for having really graced us with his presence. And it is very important what he said about connectivity. Now I'm married ko Gamolepo. And I like, for the life of me, I don't know how things are done there. I don't know where the sheriff is. Maybe go Mankweng. Mara, can you imagine going to serve a process ko Gamolepo? You know? I'm glad, and I power to you, Che. The sheriff's uniform, yes. Actually, I was going to raise it because there are a lot of crooks who come to our houses and say, I am a sheriff from Boksburg. I am a sheriff from Soweto East. Not that there's anything wrong with Boksburg next to Benoni, but I'm just saying, I think professionalizing the profession will be a great feather on your cap, and everybody needs to be identifiable. So if you come, and I like these colors, Chairperson, I love these colors. I think, hint, hint, these are very beautiful colors. Green, like the pop of green on purple. And Minister, can we give a hand to the Minister? He honored the theme, right? So I think there's a message there where purple is the one. So thank you so much. I think right now, because my program has been hijacked and turned upside down, I think we are going, I'm going to use my prerogative right now. I think we need a breather. So we are going to allow the entertainment. I think they've been dying to serenade us. Sido and Manana, we are going to allow you to play some music as we ease onto the next phase of our program. So I think it can also give us an opportunity to take a leg stretch, and then we will be back at 12. Sorry. No, it's already after 12. My bad. So how long do we need to stretch our legs, take a bathroom break? This is a consensus-seeking process, Nobody is going to dictate. How many minutes do you require? 10. 5 minutes. Oh, okay, and then we will be back for the program so that we can break at 1, ne? Okay. So thank you so much. You have been a lovely audience this far. Can you please give yourselves a hand? So we will take a leg stretch now.
1, 2. Can I please ask that for me, the leg break be broken? Because I need to serenade you. Please sit down. I'm taking my power.
Oh, yes.
Yes. We will leg stretch after I am done. Everybody has been given a chance. My name is Manana Highness. I have given myself the authority to being a queen of my own palace and my own kingdom. So I ask that everybody does that as a woman. You are king of your own surrounding. So yeah, this is Sido and Manana. Most of you know me from Moja Love Minanawe House, the season 1. Akatlaka drama, I'm here to serenade. Can I have the volume, both volume 4, please? She was lost in so many different ways, out in the dark. I still go on, knowing that Thank you. We can stretch our legs now.
Hello, I'm back. Can Matsidiso Ramasika go outside? Yeah, can she please go to Mama Emily? And then right now we are going to, I'm sorry, there's too much movement. You said 10 minutes, Mus. What's going on? Because the next item on our program is very important and I need everybody to be here, please. What is going on with the movement? Ladies in purple. Okay, I think in the interest of time, we are not going to stop. And okay, anyway. Yeah, so we're just going to flow with the flow of the program. So at this moment, because our Honorable Minister needs to leave us, Chairperson, I'm going to ask you to come up front with a few of the members of the committee who are presently outside to hand over the gift to, oh, they're not even here. The judge is also not here. So Chairperson, can you please join me upstage? And so the ladies behind me are going to be doing the next part of the program with you, Chair.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. I think we'll just wait for the Honorable Madam Justice Khumalo. Let's see. But is the beneficiary here? Yes. So I don't know, are you going to introduce the beneficiary first before I ask the Minister to come up? Ismoletsi, is she here? No, we're gonna do it now together with the minister. Yeah, yeah, we're gonna do it. No, we're gonna do it. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Minister, if you may please just join me, so we can hand over the check to the beneficiary of the organization for this event.
Announce the name of
yes, please announce, maybe announce the beneficiary, call them up, and then you give them the check.
Okay. All protocol observed. This year's beneficiary is Kosh Crisis Center, and they're coming from the province of Northwest. And please, may you join us to the stage? Is that you? Yes. Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Dealing with gender-based violence.
Okay. Maybe Mesibuka give us the introduction of what they're about.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson, and all protocol observed. The identified project, the identified organization is an organization based in Stelfontein and Klerksdorp, in Klerksdorp. And its key mandate is to address issues of victims of gender-based violence and providing them with all the support, counseling, and any material needs that they have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Buka. Okay, thank you very much. And then, Mr. Nell, while I have the minister with me, could you please assist us with the gifts for the organizing committee? Or in front of the podium? Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Okay. Mr. Nell, please come and help me with the gifts. While this is for the minister. Okay, Minister, thank you very much for gracing and being with us today. Our event, we are appreciative of your efforts. Thank you. Thank you.
Tumi also has a gift for Chairperson. The other dignitaries will be receiving gifts. Tumi, would you announce whom you have gifts for right behind me here?
Just hold them up. Hold them up. Thank you. We have gifts for all the speakers on the program. And the first one is Judge Kumalo. Here she comes. Judge Kumalo. Yeah, there is a source. Judge Kumalo, token of appreciation. Thank you, Judge. Okay. The next one will be for Advocate Praise Kambule. Advocate. Yeah. Okay, we also have a token of appreciation for Me Komotso Mpatlele from SASS. Thank you. And then yeah, and then she will be followed by Me Dora. Thank you, thank you. Me Dora Mashiku, who was giving us a message of support by SANAPS.
Go to the next one.
Okay, Chairperson.
Chairperson, then who's next?
The MC leader. Oh, okay.
The chair will call you up in this order. Which one must just come and stand?
Sorry?
The chair will call you up in order of this list here. That's it. But we're waiting for him. He's not here yet.
On behalf of Dora, Kinebogile will take it.
Where is she? Okay. Yeah. Who's the next one on the list?
Okay.
All right.
MC.
Yes.
Our program director, who has ably driven this program so far, you deserve a round of applause, even when you are not yet done. Thank you very much. This is our token of appreciation. Don't leave. Yes, please. You are not done. Yeah, and then Dora. Yes, Susan. Yeah, okay, yes. The other gift is going to Ms. Susan Kotse, who also gave us the shortest message
that we appreciated the winner of the shortest message. That's your prize. Thank you. Okay. I'm sure we can continue with the program. Yeah. Program director, we will hand over to you, and we'll, okay, as we hand over to Medora.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I think that little reverie created chaos and disorder in the house of the Lord. Ne? Because now the chairs are empty, and I would hate us to continue with the program in the absence of everybody else. What sayest we? Let's elongate the break a bit. Let people get a bite, and then we will reconvene. Can we reconvene at 1:45? And then we will just, right? Then we will just go with the program until its logical conclusion, because there isn't really a lot left. So, yeah. We are adjourned for now. We shall reconvene at 1:45.
Mali
not been easy. The journey to transformation. The hill has not been scarlet. It's been slippery. But through your compassion and dedication, this world has become a better place to live in. We salute you. Phambili mafasi. Phambili mafasi. Kade nigusha lasa. Hey!
stage. Can we please settle down? Ladies, can you please come in?
I wanna be in your life until the night is over. I wanna hold you so tight, coming closer. It's been a hell of a ride, but every single moment you were there by my side. Whenever I'm broken, you make me feel whole. Whenever I'm lonely, you're there for my soul. Wherever you are, girl, let's rock on my own. Whenever you doubt it, I'll be letting you
And I see a very long line of beautiful women here. So, Chairperson, I am going to ask you up to do the presentation to the organizing committee members. Our chairperson, unfortunately, also has to leave us. All the handsome men are leaving us today. Ladies, I am not happy.
Thank you, Bablepo. Hey, I don't know. Who are the gents that are still staying behind? I think you have to live with me so that there's no inconsistency. When they say all the handsome men are leaving, I would be leaving as well now. So it's all cue. But our DJ, I heard our DJ was playing a nice song. Please play it. Hey, you must play it. Yeah, but I want to just tell them before them. Ladies, I saw you dancing, Mr. Damani. Now you're not dancing. Eh? I saw you dancing. Let's go, Mr. DJ. Yeah? Yeah, I saw you dancing. You guys are missing out. Stand up, bro, over. Stand up, stand up. Oh. It's not about being young. Thank you. A round of applause to the ladies. I'm so happy to be here today. So thank you very much. I know this item was not initially on the program, and the ladies don't even know about it, because it is something that came from my heart. It is very touching and heartwarming to see people do things without even being asked to do them. This did not come easy, I know, as the organizing committee. When it started, as Mr. Buka had said, even last year when I took office, I asked myself, what is this about? I was not told of it early. I was almost invited as a speaker. And I said, but surely, I mean, if the South African Board for Sheriffs logo is there, I should know about it. But when I was brought abreast of it, I said, this is something that we need to support 110%. And I gave my undertaking then, and it still remains. For as long as I'm here, I will continue to support it. And even after, if I can. So without further ado, colleagues, I know that none of you expected this as an organizing committee. But from the South African Board for Sheriffs, to recognize the hard work that you do, we asked that we have in our custom or unique watermark certificates of gratitude be issued to each of the committee members. And it reads, Certificate of Gratitude. The South African Board for Sheriffs presents the Certificate of Gratitude to, for example, Ms. Emily Dlamini, Sheriff Centurion East,
for outstanding contribution and for successfully organizing the South African Board for Sheriffs Annual Women's Day event 2022. And it's signed off by myself. You follow with the other?
Yes. Emily Dlamini, ladies and gentlemen. The next recipient is Tumi Seboka. Then she is followed by Frida Mweleti. Who is followed immediately by Kelebogile Mpe. Sheriff Kimberley. Sheriff Kimberley, my bad. The previous one, Nelly Sheriff Santon and Sheriff Runbeck, in that order. The next one, Kitty Keledi Pace, Sheriff Centurion West. She is followed by June Thomas, Sheriff Johannesburg South. Then we have Sheriff Bruce Kausha, am I spelling it right? Gulam. Followed by Shamil Buatas, Admin Support Sheriff Centurion East.
Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Highly indebted. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you, sir.
Can I be excused?
Yes, yes.
Oh, Chair, thank you very much for this. We did not expect this, and our humble thanks from you, on behalf of the committee. Thank you very much.
I'm being bullied here. Bare kitlise si dole manana, bare serenade hanyane bare yes, bare halamus before the next item on our agenda because it's a bit hectic nyana on the hot. So rekopa hore sido le manana sido kai. Sido rekopa hore.
I'm here. Kopela remeleleng ka
Yes,
buka, ne?
bare
Can we all stand up?
We must shake what our mummies gave us.
Can we all stand up, please, ne? Hurry, my select. Can you all stand up? Yo, two, ka line. Ban sale mura, baba ka khonang, ne? My select, I'm waiting for you. Bagay, two. Ah, hari tamaerona. Oh, no. Ah, hey, wena. Hey. Ah. Radra. Basadi, make some noise. Ay.
Last one. Out 3. What's away? Asu. Asu. Oh, 1. Hey, Asu. Hey, 3. What's away?
Lata away.
My backup singers. Backup singer. Iyo kabari. Iyo kabari. Oh iyo. Helelelele. Iyo kabari. Iyo kabari. Moya wa muvumile inhliziyo yami ithanda nina ngeke basihlukanise ngizohlala nginawe moya wa muvumile inhliziyo yami ifuna we ngeke basihlukanise ngizohlala woza DJ woza moya wami uvumile inhliziyo yami ifuna we okay all right ayichayi roba la momo moya wami uvumile inhliziyo yami ifuna we
Highway. Gofel. Ashi. Ashi. Gofel arare. Varinta te mudimu kupa urtuse. Artsiviritsa. Ari Gofel. Varinta te mudimu kupa urtuse. Artsiviritsa. We love you so much, guys. This is Studio Banana.
Woo! Wow. We needed that, ne? Let's not be too serious. Life is too short. Life is a flame. Hey, it's a spark. Before you know it, we are burying you. Thank you, Manana. Thank you, Sido. That was awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I have seen those with left feet. Man. What is wrong with you? Hey, you can't always be serious. You must know how to shake your body and feel things that you never knew can shake in your body. How about you? We know you're sheriffs, but hey. Okay. So this next item on our agenda has T's and C's. We are having 2 offenders that are currently serving sentences, and I have been asked by their handlers to request that no photographs should be taken by anybody who is not a professional photographer, right? Because, you know, these are people that are not supposed to be seen on Facebook, on Instagram. This is not the time to hashtag because this is a serious matter. That's why I said, because you're going to hear from them what they did, what is the trajectory of their life now that they are inmates, right? So I'm going to call them. They're going to come and introduce themselves by 2, and then they will then take us through their journey as women. I don't see them. Oh, yeah. Can we give them a hand? Please. Our heroines. Please give them love, Batung. Thank you. So you that side. Come to the podium. Yes, come stand here next to me.
Thank you. Greetings to all. My name is Nompumelelo Sibiya from Hoshimampuru, the second FCC. Actually, I was here because I am a poet, unlike my sister here who is a GBV survivor. I wrote this poem this month. I sat down and thought, Lelo, who are you? Are you still that weak child? Because when I grew up, I witnessed my mom being abused. Something that we tend to forget and focus only on the survivors, the ones who get abused, but forget about the children, the effect that it has on them. I am one of those. I grew up as an angry child. I was angry at myself for being helpless because I couldn't help my mom when she was beaten. And at some point, I also even helped my father burn her clothes or even cut her hair. I was angry at my father to the point that at that age, I was still 4, 5, 6. I told him that when I grow up, I will kill you. And I would tell my mom that, you know what, mommy, don't worry. I will grow up. I'm still a child, yes. But I will grow up, and once I grow up, we will be a team, and we will stand together. So I sat down and thought, Lelo, what can you write about women? And I went back again when I was 10. A family member tried to rape me. But I didn't say anything. I was quiet. I am quiet about it even now. They don't know anything about it. I was angry also. Why, Lelo, did you keep quiet? Why didn't you scream? Or why didn't you tell somebody after it happened? It means you are weak, actually, Lelo. Then I was like, no, actually, I am not weak. Yes, it happened. But I am a woman of power. Because where I am, from where I come from, actually, it's an achievement. Because after being sentenced, I thought my life was over. I broke down. I became so depressed. And I found people like Sis Mongi, people who are the same age as Olelo, who thought or still think that they are weak as women, that they do not have power. But I was like, you know what, Lelo, you are a woman of power. So I'm going to perform this poem for you that I have written for Women's Month. The title of the poem is A Woman of Power. Who am I if not a beautiful flower, a woman of the hour, a woman of power? Scars of discrimination I bear, and yet so stars of education I wear, because who am I if not a woman on the rise, driven to empower and not shaken to cower, in a patriarchal society of exclusivity where I am but simply mistaken for an object of objectification fit for decoration, unbeknown that who I am, even though misunderstood and often ignored, who I am is a woman of equal power. Thank you.
In forums like this, it is very hard for me to know who is present, who is not present. To save time, allow me to say all protocol observed. My name is Mongigazi Gwiliza. I'm from Hoshimampuru Female Correctional Center. I am serving 32 years for murder. Ladies, I'm here today to tell you about my story. The story that I'm not proud of. The story that I regret every day. Because no one is supposed to die like that. This is Women's Month in South Africa. We are observing amaqhawe asilwela ukuba yazi ntoni kulingane. Kodwa mina ndingumongikazi, I'm asking ukuthi izokwenzeka kanjani lento while I'm incarcerated ngenxa ye-GBV. Ladies, I was a SABFS official. I was working with my boyfriend for 4 years, involved with domestic violence. He was beating me every day. Everyone will ask, "Kwakutheni umongikazi angaphumi kule relationship?" GBV, domestic violence, akululanga ukuphuma. The person will push everyone away from you. You will be alone in the center. You will blame yourself for everything. That's what happened to Mongigas. At home, I was a breadwinner. My mom and my dad died long time ago. I have to step in the ship to be a breadwinner. Then I had this boyfriend. He was a baby. It happened when we were pregnant, and then culture yasibulala because the family said, "No, we don't want umxhosa in our house. Thina singamapedi." Culture yasibetha kakhulu. Then I said, "Okay, mntwam kulungile, masigqibe lento. Let's stop everything." Of which into engazange niphumelele ukuyenza. Kuba ndaye ndaba depressed. As I said, I was a SABFS member. Ndabhukwa for 21 days at Vista Clinic. But ngenxa yokuthanda umsebenzi wami ukuba ndithi njengoba ndithi bendiyi breadwinner ekhaya, like no. I won't get a promotion. I won't get a deployment. No. Ndiyemsebenzini. Eya 21 days ngizoyibona ngiqhubeka ukusebenza. I was so depressed. Ladies, I'm here to tell you ukuthi kumele sizikhathalele. Ugqirha xa ethi you are depressed, don't be scared uba i-friends zakho zizothini. Don't be scared uba emsebenzini mna ndiyi-sheriff. Xa ndiyi-sheriff no ndizoba ndi-weak xa ndizolala eVista. Ungumfazi into yiyo. Nangona kuthiwa thina abafazi sibamba imela ngobukhali. Ewe kunjalo, kodwa xa kuthiwa ke ngoku sisikonele hamba esibhedlele, kumele uhambe esibhedlele. Ngoba that's what happened kumongikazi. Wathi xa elwa ne-boyfriend yakhe, she took out her own firearm and shot a boyfriend. Then that firearm, azidubula yena, athi God, no, not you. You have to go out there and tell other ladies, ukuthi, you know what, GBV is alive and it affects everyone. It does not choose white or black, thin or fat. It does not choose. Educated or what? It does not choose. It's either affected directly or indirectly. So thina singabo mama thina kuba ndingumama ngakhayona ndishiya umntana ngemva ndishiya abantwana benibakhulisa ngemva kumele sithini sisikhathalele impilo yethu. Xa kuthiwa depression, i-depression iyaphila. I've seen abantu abaninzi bezibulala. Iyaphila i-depression. Ndingomnye we-depression. Ndigwetyiwe eKhoshimamburi 32 years. Kodwa ngenxa yezinto eziye zenziwa ndizibone sekuthiwa all these charges are running concurrently uzoserve 10 years. Ndithe xa ndixelelwa loo nto Khoshima ndathi yo, God is great. Mongikazi, what do you do to help abanye abafazi? Kuba bendiweak kakhulu. Ndafumana ama-psychologist, ama-social worker. Ndayitya iipilisi ezendandizibalekile. Today ndiyakwazi ukuma phambi kwabantu ndithethe. Again, ndayesko ndathi mongikazi, what do you do ukwenzela ukuthi uresponde kule theme ye-Women's Day? Wathi umongikazi, no, I must go back to school. Ndafunde eKhoshimamburi. ndiyenzile business management, ndiyenzile educare. Ndiyaqhubekeka nezinye skills. Ukufika kwami eKhoshimamphuru, ndiye ndazibona ndikwi-University of Life. Ndazibona ndathi yazi ntoni mongikazi, you are obliged to take care for our other ladies. Ngokuthini funda ufundise. That's why sinompumi i-poet today athi yazi ntoni ndandistrong ndafika kuSisimongi ndibe ndisimile ndisithi let's not allow the history to repeat itself. I thank you. I think somebody's cutting onions here. Sure. Sure. I was kissing, but on your. Yeah, that was rough. And I think, I'm just being human. Actually, you said we must allow ourselves to feel. This is me. I'm a mess. I'm an emotional mess right now. Because I think stories like these are not often told. And we just don't know the extent of GBV on our society and the emotional trauma that it exerts on you, as a human being. And I'm not crying because I want sympathy. And I'm not crying because what they said is foreign. I'm crying because I can identify with what they are saying. And I think, Brené Brown coined a phrase, humility is strength under control. And I think once you step out of being humble, you lose your mind. And I am just here to say we must never get to a point where we let anybody change the essence of who we are, to a point where we kill them. So, I need something stiff. Because, that was rough. Sure. Woo. So, she said a lot of things, Mungekazi. And one of the things she said, which I was running away from, is the issue of mental health. Standing here in front of you is a mental health patient. I call myself a Life as Dimeni inmate. I'm a graduate of Life as Dimeni, but I didn't go to Life as Dimeni. I went to a 7-star, I call it a 7-star hotel for the mentally handicapped. But, and I always say, people who go to such facilities are not weak. We are not crazy. We are in tune and in touch with our feelings. And we go so that we can deal with the people in our lives who refuse to go to therapy. Right? I went out of that place having dug a grave to my anger, my bitterness, my childhood traumas, my rape stories, and I put a tombstone and a single red rose, and I walked out like this thing that I am today. So, I'm just here to say, be encouraged. If you're living with GBV, it's not your fault. But speak out. People like us, Reding, I have worked with Power, and the only reason I walked away from Power is because the stories like these were too much. I lost my mind, totally. I had a nervous breakdown dealing with women who run away from their homes, and then their partners get out of jail, and they burn them alive. So that is the reality of being a woman in South Africa. When we talk about GBV, we talk about things like that. We talk about being with a man or a woman that
pulverizes your mind to a point where you don't even believe that you can speak in front of people. When somebody constantly says to you, you're stupid, you're ugly, you're fat, you're what. So those who follow me on Facebook know that I am a lone ranger for women's emancipation. I don't owe anybody a flat tamina. I don't owe anybody a beach body. The beach will get the body that it gets from me. I am not going to cut myself up for nobody. I am fearfully and wonderfully made. And in one. With all my traumas, with all my mental health issues, this is the picture of depression. If you don't know what depression looks like, just look at me. It's smart, it's highly educated, it's loving, it knows style and class like Ponanalilun. It is theme ready, it observes protocol, it is highly articulate, but it is insanely depressed. Sometimes I don't want to wake up. Sometimes I can't wake up. Delia knows me. She's been my friend since 1985. But I celebrate my disorder. I don't hide it. I am fortunately blessed with a personality that allows me to treat my mental wellness with a little bit of humor. But it gets lonely. It gets so lonely because I get program so we're freestyling now. You're getting the bonus points. So when I got to this mental facility, they do drug tests. Ban tester for patch. Me. I'm an officer of the court. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. So you have to do all those things. And then they found traces of weed. And I'm like, me! I don't spliff lampapel. So what I'm trying to say is when you're depressed, you do things that you don't even remember. Me, an honorable human being like me. But I probably met some guys because when you're depressed, you don't even understand. You know, how is a guy, right? And right now, I am proud to say I smoke weed. Because it calms me down. And I'm a pastor, so I'm a pastor who smokes weed. Because sometimes life needs a little bit of... You need to just spliff it in and take out the nonsense out of your system. Because sometimes you just need to calm yourself the hell down. Right? Yes. So, I need collab. But all I'm saying is, when I got to this facility, they put me with a lady who smokes. Right? And I'm like, hey man. So I'm supposed to be the one who is crazy. And then they take everything, like they take your nail clip and everything. And I'm like, but what if this chick bends the mattress down? Like I didn't sleep for 2 days, you know? And then you get to understand that people are sick out there. And just exercise kindness. Because some people were talking to things, invisible things, and I'm like, I get ringing. I am not crazy. There is no way. I wanted to discharge myself after 2 days. But 2 weeks later, I am thankful that I stayed the course. And I drank those pills, and you know, the dwellums, we used to call them dwellies. And because some people are there for different reasons, we used to concoct our own thing, and we used to call Valpre sparkling water champagne. So, yeah. But all I'm saying is that wherever you find yourself there. Don't want to be somewhere else. If you are struggling with GBV, you are struggling with GBV. Call it out. Because I think the problem with certain things that are happening in our lives is that we want to explain inexplicable things. If somebody pushes you around, come to us. I get to be karate, but I know how to do an application to court for a protection order. Fast in a hurry, you know? And I always say to ladies, you need to have a FOTAC fund. I'm hijacking the program, But you need to have a Futsek fund. You know what a Futsek fund is? A Futsek fund is when they say, Futsek out of my house, and you say, thank you, I shall Futsek with elegance. And then you go. And you go and you stay for 6 months in a 5-star B&B. That is what this is supposed to do. The funds that you're accumulating is to empower other women. Okay, I give you more, but I was just triggered by the inmates. So anyway, moving right along, you just got a bonus. That was not my script. So I think when I look at the program, we have covered almost everything that we needed to cover, except that acknowledgement and closing. Am I wrong or am I right? Candle lighting, ne? Thank you so much. Okay, so, can I just pause and say, was this day helpful? Did you learn something? Did you meet somebody new? Do you know what the color green represents? Do you know what purple represents? What does purple represent? What does purple represent? It represents what? Royalty. Right? So you are royalty. What does it also represent? Because we're going to watch lunch now, so I'm taking extra time. It represents wisdom, creativity. If you did not know, you must know that that color that you are wearing there represents creativity. You are the most creative person you'll ever meet. And that's why I liked what you said, we should not compete. How do you compete with completeness? The mold was thrown away after you were done. Remember, after you were created in your mother's womb, the mold that created you, even your twin does not look like you. Okay, so with that being said, and after Limponikilla, I'm a crybaby. I talk a lot, but I cry like I cry me a river. So while I go and compose myself, can we call the people that have been tasked with the candle lighting proceedings? And then after them, we are going to have acknowledgement and closing by Ms. Lamini, right? Unless if there's anything else that I am leaving out of the agenda, please whisper it to me. And then from there, Ziawa. All right, okay, so she is going to do the way forward, the candle lighting proceedings, and then, and then you will close. So she will do everything. Yeah, okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so I shall hand over to Ms. Lamini to do the necessary. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Let me apologize for having brought you tears in your eyes with the last speakers who were here from correctional services, but I felt that it's important that they come through and come and share with us, their life experiences, because as she has said, domestic violence happens everywhere, irrespective of race, irrespective of your education, but what is important is for women to speak out. I've already been introduced as Emily Dlamini, and my task is a very, very simple one. The chairperson is not here, and what I would want to bring to the attention of provinces is the fact that this annual event, he is expecting us to rotate this annual event. I think for the past 4 years, it has been in Gauteng. 2019, we were fortunate to launch. Then came COVID. 2020, 2021, we had virtual events, and here we are today. So for next year, that is the way forward. For next year, we need to go to other provinces. By just way of checking, do we have the Western Cape represented here today? The Western Cape is represented. Do we have Northwest represented? Do we have Limpopo represented? Do we have Mpumalanga represented? Do we have the Northern Cape represented? Do we have KZN represented? Have I covered all the provinces except for Gauteng? Oh yes, Pedro, I know you were waiting for that. Do we have the Free State represented? So we basically have all 8 provinces except for Gauteng that are represented here today. The chairperson's wish is that we should host next year's event either in the Western Cape as a priority or Northwest. So you are all ears. Western Cape, Northwest, please start preparing yourself. During 2019, what the Planning and Coordinating Committee in Gauteng committed itself to was to assist all the 8 provinces in establishing their own provincial structures. So the work starts now. All the 8 provinces, we are fully established. As Gauteng, you need to start establishing your own committees that will be responsible for the rollout of this movement. Should you require any assistance from the Gauteng team, we are available to provide assistance and support. The one other issue as a way forward, Chairperson would want to see our bigger plan. Where do we want to see this movement go? And I think we have already received guidance in relation to our 3-year plan, our funding model, and other related issues that we need to deal with and address. I'm going to now move on to acknowledgements, and I think I have covered, it might not be sufficient, but the way forward, just for the provinces to start preparing themselves. I would firstly like to acknowledge all the sponsors that has made this day possible. Over and above the sponsors, which were private entities that donated some funds to us, we also had members of the board. We also had a number of male sheriffs who has contributed to make sure that this succeed. But this event couldn't have been successful as it is today if the female sheriffs did not make their contributions and also contributed towards the attendance of their staff members. And to that, I say thank you so much. In the absence of the minister and the chairperson, would want to acknowledge their participation in this year's event. And to all our speakers, the judge has also left. We want to thank them for the contribution and for sharing their wisdom with us. To the motivational speaker, thank you. You never disappoint. Thank you for motivating us and reminding us we are the most important person. As an individual, you need to take good care of ourselves. Advocate Praise Kambula has also left. I'd like to thank her. She always comes with all the statistics on gender-based violence and femicide, because it is really enlightening to know and understand the role that we as sheriffs can play in ensuring that we serve those orders speedily and we provide the feedback that is required for matters that needs to be finalized in court. To Sido and Manana, thank you, and thank you. You have made us to dance and sing. And again, we appreciate what you have contributed for today's event. Members of the South African Board for Sheriffs, it has been made very clear that you are on this train and you will not get off the train because your support, and without that support, we wouldn't have been here. Thank you so much for attending the event and also having first-hand experience of what this is all about. So that when you're sitting in the boardroom and you're discussing your plans, you know that this movement is priority for the South African Board for Sheriffs. To anyone that I might have left out, Matsidiso from Stelfontein, thanks for the support that you have not only shown, but you have gone out of your way to assist the organization that was identified. You visited that organization and you found desperation at the organization. Out of your own pocket, you took them, you bought them whatever their needs are. And it's good that the identifying committee came to a decision without being influenced that Kosh is the deserving organization. And thank you, ma'am, for attending and receiving the donation from the sheriffs. Lastly, I'd like to thank my committee members. It wasn't an easy process, but irrespective of the challenges that we were facing as a committee, this day has arrived, and one can easily pronounce that this day was a success. And it was success because of your contribution. I'm moving to the last part, which is the candle lighting. I don't have a candle, but I will give direction to, okay, thanks. I hope even smokers, they brought their lighters because they know that it's happening even on a virtual platform. We were still doing candle lighting. I'm going to request representatives, and this is where it starts, the establishment of committees for provinces. I'm going to request representatives, one person of the Western Cape to come forward, as we might be going to the Western Cape. Come forward with your candle. Thanks. No, not yet. Thanks. Western Cape, can you come forward with your candle? One person who will represent the Western Cape. Or if you want to come as the team from the Western Cape, please, you may come forward.
I think people are not aware that they've got candles in their bags.
Oh, you've got candles in your goodie bags. Those white bags that you were given this morning, there are candles. Okay, yes. Okay, we also are aware that not everybody received bags. But because you are representing the Western Cape, thanks, Lele, for giving a candle. Can we have Northwest? These are the two options. Please come with your candles. Northwest, can you please stand this side? Western Cape on the right, Northwest on the left. For all of us who has got candles, can you take out your candles and we are going to light our candles. I just wanted the two provinces which are options for next year to be in the front. Because as they are standing here, they know the task ahead of them and they know that after this event, they need to start working to host the event for 2023. I've got a lighter, thanks Casey, and I know you're not smoking, but thanks to the lighter. Can we light our candles? I always hijack people into the process of candle lighting. And I'm going to request a commitment from a representative of the Western Cape on the way forward. No, I want you to say something.
Good afternoon, all.
Can we all stand up with our candles?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. What a beautiful event. This is my first attendance to this Women's Day function, and I am so amazed. Well done to everyone. I take this opportunity to pledge my commitment that next year we're going to go better and bigger from Western Cape.
Thank you. Option number 2, can I have a representative from the Northwest? They are pointing to each other. Can I have a representative from Northwest to give a pledge and a commitment that should they be identified as a hosting province, they will be ready? Matsiri, so they say Tsidi.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is my first time attending the event. Well, I must say that everything has been done so well. Mrs. Dlamini, you are really influencing me. And to the committee that organized this, I hope that we're going to refer back to you should we lack some ideas. We will learn from you as the veterans. And especially the theme that we are behind women and children. Like Ms. Emily said, I identified the crisis center and I was hands-on with it. So it's my promise that we will come up with something, me and Mrs. Kosher, and we expect to be the second in line after Western Cape. Thank you.
Thank you once more. Colleagues, let's keep the light on. Let's keep the light on to ensure that the 2 provinces that might be hosting us next year, they continue with their work and they call for support should support be required. And we are there to ensure that we support you. No, I'm fine. It's okay. Yeah, it's okay. I think we've come to the end of our program, and in closing, Vincent, you and Lucinda, I don't know what to say. I think the working committee, you know, you have put us on our toes. But in the process, you have also given a lot of guidance. And I am saying to the whole team that you were working with, thank you so much. We're looking forward to working together as we will be going forward with this process. To all of you ladies, beautiful ladies, you kept the theme. You look beautiful. Thank you. Lunch will be served. Lunch will be served as you go out. Lunch will be on the right-hand side at the restaurant. Thank you so much. For this is the reason why we decided that we put the 2 is because those were the 2